Hello and welcome back to Spoken Essays. I am Harshal Vora and today you are watching the live video with me where I try to figure out something new. This is where we are going to begin with another course called Data Visualization, where we visualize data and we'll see what it is about and what's in it. Okay, so without further ado, let's see what we have in store for us today. I'll share my screen and we begin. Okay, so let's see. And just before I begin, in the curriculum now I have finished 3 courses: responsive web design, JavaScript, and front end development library certification. So all 3 courses are now done. We're finished. Now we begin with the data visualization certification. Of course, we have a lot of them to go through, but one by one. Now we go with data visualization. We see what this is about, and we try to learn our way through. Okay, so let's go. Just a second, I need to readjust myself a little bit. Okay, very good. So let's see. Data is all around us, but it doesn't mean much without shape or context. I'm gonna leave the earphones off. You guys can still hear me anyway. So yeah, data is all around us, but it doesn't mean much without shape or context. In the data visualization certification, you'll build charts, graphs, and maps to present different types of data with the d3.js library. So one more library it seems. You'll also learn about JSON, JavaScript object notation, and how to work with the data online using API. We might, with this, we might be able to figure out, figure that out, and some more data handling apparently. Okay, so let's see what we have in courses. First, we have data visualization with D3. D3 must be a library. It says D3 or D3.js stands for Data-Driven Documents. It's a JavaScript library for creating dynamic and interactive data visualizations in the browser. D3 is built to work with common web standards, namely HTML, CSS, and SVGs. Nice. D3 supports many different kinds of input data formats. I'll just stop this music. I might get copyright. I might get a copyright strike. D3 supports many different kinds of input data formats. Then using its powerful built-in methods, you can transform those data into different charts, graphs, and maps. In the data visualization D3 courses, you'll learn how to work with data to create different charts, graphs, hover elements, and other ingredients to create dynamic and attractive data visualizations. Very good. Okay, let's see. Collapse course. I will collapse this. We'll go through all of them. Then JSON APIs and AJAX. Okay, so AJAX, we'll learn more about AJAX apparently. Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Nice. Then we'll also learn about data visualization. So 1 and 2, only 2 things, and we'll reach the project. Interesting. We might be able to finish this tonight. Maybe not. We'll see. D3 and D3 or D3JS stands for data driven documents. Okay, so we're gonna play with data driven documents, which mainly deal with HTML, CSS, and SVGs. We'll see. And okay, so we have body, script, and script. Okay, so it goes inside the script element. Add your code below this line. Very good. And this preview tab is here again, and this output is here again, which is so frustrating. Yeah, but I mean, it does what it's supposed to do, so yeah, it's not frustrating enough, right? D3 has several methods that let you add and change elements in your document. The select method selects one element from the document. It takes an argument for the name of the element you want and returns an HTML node for the first element in the document so that matches the name. Here's an example. Const anchor stores d3.select a. Okay, the above example finds the first anchor tag Okay, select anchor tag on the page and saves an HTML node. So this must be an object. I can assume this is an object. I will assume this is an object. D3 as in, yeah. So D3 is an object and one of the methods of D3 is select. Oh yeah, you can read this as several methods. Only I've learned in previous projects that a object has several methods, might have several methods, or one method, although I've never come across an object with only one method. Anyway, it takes an argument for the name of the element you want. Yeah, so D3 select A, so this would select an anchor tag from the document and stores whatever the value is in anchor. Okay, so example finds the first anchor tag. Apparently it only finds the first anchor tag on the page and saves an HTML node for it in the variable anchor. Okay, so HTML node, you can use the selection with other methods. The D3 part of the example is reference to the D3 object, which is how you access D3 methods. Okay, two other useful methods are append and text. The append method takes an argument for the element you can add. It appends an element, an HTML node to the selected item and returns a handle to that node. Interesting. We'll understand more. It appends an HTML node. Interesting. Okay. Then the text method either sets the text of the selected node or gets the current text. Very cool. So we can assign it or use it as an if statement. To set the value, you pass a string as an argument inside the parentheses of the method. Yep. Here's an example that selects an unordered list, appends a list item and adds text. Select unordered list, append list item, and add the text to that list item. This. Okay, very important item. Nice. D3 allows you to change several methods together with periods to perform a number of actions in a row. Okay. So we write, I can guess, use the select method. So use the select method to select the body tag. Done. In the document, then append an h1 tag to it. Done. Am I? Nope. Okay, sorry. H1 tag. Done. Add the learn and the text. So learn. Oh, sorry. Wrap this and write text. Right. And you can see in the preview, whatever it is, the text is here. Right. Command enter. और कुछ भी करना है. Learning D3, not only learning. So I have to copy this much and instead paste this. Nicely done. 3% complete. Select a group of elements within 3D with D3. So select all. D3 also has the select all method to select a group of elements. It returns an array of HTML nodes for all the items in the document that match the input string. Here is an example to select all the anchor tags in a document. Const anchors equals D3.select all A. All the A tags are stored inside const anchors. Okay, so like the select method, select all supports method chaining and you can use it with other methods. Yeah. Okay. What are you supposed to select? All of the list elements. Okay. D3 dot select camel case all. Inside this I write li and select all of the listings and change the text to the string list item. Nicely done. Now they are all list items instead of example. Nice. Very cool. Next, standing ovation indeed. Forgot about you then. Okay. Work with data in D3. The D3 library focuses on a data-driven approach. When you have a set of data, you can apply D3 methods to display it on the page. Data comes in many formats, but this challenge uses a simple array of numbers. Okay. When you have a set of data, you can apply D3 methods to operate. Okay. It's a data-driven approach. When you have a set of data, okay. Data comes in many formats, but this challenge uses a simple array of numbers. The first step is to make D3 aware of the data. The data method is used on a selection of DOM elements to attach the data to those elements. The data is passed as an argument to the method. A common workflow pattern is to create a new element in the document for each piece of data in this set. D3 has enter method for this purpose. So enter a data or data. Okay. When enter is combined with the data method, it looks at the selected elements from the page and compares them to the number of data elements in the rest. If there are fewer elements than data in items, it reads the missing elements. Here's an example that selects a UL element, selects a unordered list, a UL element, selects a UL element and creates a new list item based on the number of entries in the array. Okay, this is the script. Constant data set stores these ABC. D3 select UL, select all. So inside the UL, select all the list elements. Then data stores as data set. Then enter. Then append. Acha. Oh, okay. Interesting. Take data set then ABC from that data, enter, and then append list and text in new item. Interesting. I'm not gonna read this again. By the way, I need to check one more thing. Why is the music not working? Just a second. Oh, we have 2 viewers. Thank you. Right. The music is working but the mic is too powerful, so it suppresses the sound. Okay, I get it. Must be the fan. It is the fan. Okay, anyway, the first step is to make D3 aware of the data method. Okay, slowly. The D3 method library focuses on a data-driven approach. When you have a set of data, you can apply D3 methods to display it on a page. Okay, simple array of numbers. The first step is to make sure D3 aware of the data. Data method is used to attach the data to those elements. Okay. Now the example makes sense. This data won't be anywhere in our HTML file. To attach the data to those elements, the data set is passed as an argument to the method. Yep, the data set is passed as an argument to the method. This is passed as an argument to the method. Very good. Then a common workflow pattern is to create a new element in the document for each piece of data in this set. So A, new item, B, new item, C, new item. What if I wanted the item in the array to take place? Do I write data set ABCD or do I write data set? We'll see. Interesting. D3 has the enter method for this purpose. When enter is combined with the data method, it looks at the selected elements from the page and compares them to the number of data items in the set. Okay. What does that mean? When enter is combined with data method, as in this, let's say data, and it takes data set as an argument and enter. When they are combined, it looks at the selected elements from the page and compares them to a number of data items in the set. Hmm. If there are fewer elements than data items, it creates some missing elements. What do you do with it? Here's an example that selects a UL element and creates a new list item based on the number of entries in the array. I understand what this does. Quite simple. It's quite simple now. It may seem confusing to select elements that don't exist yet. This code is telling D3 to first select the UL on the page. Oh right, and by the way, the UL is empty. So they're adding every item in this empty UL. Interesting. Next, select all list items, which returns an empty selection. Then the data method reviews the dataset and runs the following code 3 times. Yeah, it will run that 3 times because 013, 012, because a list has 3 items. Then the data method reviews the dataset and runs the following code 3 times, once for each item in the array. Yep. The enter method sees there are no list elements on the page, but it needs 3, one for each piece of data in dataset. New list elements are appended to the UL and have the text new item. Select the body node, then select all H2 elements. Okay. We will first select the node. D3 dot, what was it, tag, what's it called, select body element, then select all H2 elements, then have D3 create and append an H2 tag for each item in the dataset array. Create and append, so we use data and enter, of course. Data DATA DATASET. What do you want to do? Oh, this is supposed to be a variable, so you don't write it this way. Dataset array, the text in the H2 should say new title. You also enter it, and then you append a list item. Your list item, not list item. It append an H2 tag for each item in the dataset array. That H2 should say new title. Okay, interesting. Okay, done. So it printed new title a bunch of times, exactly this many times. How many? 3, 6, 9 times, right? The last 2 challenges cover the basics of displaying data dynamically with D3 using the data. So this is data visualization. I thought we would deal with charts and graphs. Or are we just getting started? The last 2 challenges cover the basics of displaying data dynamically with the D3 using data and enter methods. These methods take a dataset and together with the append method create a new DOM element for each entry in the data set. Okay. In the previous challenge, you create an a new h2 element for each item in the dataset array, but they all contain the same text new title. Exactly. This is because you have not made use of the data that is bound to each of the h2 elements. Yep. The d3 text method, this can take a string or a callback function as an argument. Yep, we're going to take a callback function. Yep. In the example above, the parameter d refers to a single entry in the dataset that the selection is bound to 2. Oh, so if it's a callback function, basically it's a loop. So it will print first 12, then 31. Maybe that's where they're going. Using the current example as context, the first h2 element is bound to 12. Exactly. Then the second is bound to 31. Right. And 22, and then so on and so forth. Yep. Change the text method, this method, so that each h2 element displays the corresponding value from the dataset array with a single space in the string USD. अच्छा ऐसा, ठीक है. For example, the first heading should be 12 USD. Very good. You stay USD, my friend. But I'm going to wrap you. Do I need to wrap you? Yep, I need to wrap you. Then another wrapping is required, where I write data, and then I write an arrow function where I write data plus USD. So that should give us that. Let's make it 12 space USD. Done. I could call this A, and it would also work. Yeah. Haha. The only problem, this wouldn't change anything, so you don't need to wrap this in parentheses at all. There's only one argument, that's why. If I were to write A comma B, then we would need to wrap this. Yeah, but you guys get it. Anyway, next. Something's burning. Interesting. Anyway, it's likely ghee. Someone's burning ghee. For those of you who don't know, ghee is this clarified butter. Anyway, we come back to you. D3 lets you add inline CSS styles and dynamic elements with the style method. Nice. So dot style, we came across style before. It's with it's DOM, DOM. Oh, so yeah, document.body.style, we have applied that. Selection.style. So D3.style. Nice. D3 lets you add inline CSS styles and dynamic elements with the style method. The style method takes a comma separated key value pair as an argument. Here's an example to set the selections text to color and blue. So we write it this way. We write the property and its value. Very cool. Style, and we write font family in as property, and we write Verdana as that value. So we now have Verdana. Ooh, done. D3 is about visualization and presentation of data. It's likely you'll want to change the styling of elements based on the data. For example, you may want to color a data point blue if it has a value less than 20 and red otherwise. You can use a callback function in the style method and include the conditional logic. The callback function uses the D parameter to represent the data point D. Okay. Say conditional logic. Nice. Okay, let's get to it. The style method is not limited to setting the color. It can be used with other CSS properties as well. Add the style method to the code editor to set the color of h2 elements, which is this conditionally. Write the callback functions. Acha, if it's less than 20, Yeah, oh, I should have read. Write the callback function so if the data value is less than 20 it returns red, otherwise it returns green. Okay. So of course we write the name of the property, but here we write a callback function. They mean, yeah, uses d as a parameter. I mean, I think we can write any parameter we like. D, inside this we write our if statement, or I can yeah, am I using ternary operators? What? Fine, let's use a ternary operator. If d is right, less than 20, if d is less than 20 it returns red, otherwise it returns green. Nice. Done. Were you not expecting a semicolon? I appreciate that. That's the if statement. Red, green. Nice. That's it. I didn't even read till the finish. You can use if else logic or the ternary operator. Yeah, I love using ternary operator. They're just so cool. Next, add classes with d3. Using a lot of inline styles and HTML elements gets hard to manage even for smaller apps. It's easier to add a class to elements and style that class one time using CSS rules. D3 has the attribute method to add any HTML attributes to an element, including a class name. Oh, this thing's quite wild. So we have style and style. Right. The attribute method works the same way that style does. It takes comma separated values and you can use a callback function. Here's an example: to add a class of container to a selection. Nice. Attribute selection.attribute class container. I think I've seen this before somewhere. Note that the class parameter will remain the same whenever you need to add a class, and only the container parameter will change. Basically this changes, this doesn't. Okay. Add the attribute method to the code in the editor and put a class of bar on the div elements. Nice. So .attr attribute, we give it a class of bar and we can see a blue bar. Nice. Done. We are heating up indeed. We are on fire. That's why we are heating up. Right. Anyway, funny. Just a second. Give me just a second, will you? What I'll do is I'll also open one of my YouTube videos in my phone so I can see what my comments are. Otherwise, if I look at my comments after a few seconds, that might get problematic. Okay. Anyway, coolio. I'll keep it with me to my right here, and if we have any other comments I will check. Cool. Right. So the previous challenges covered how to display data from an array and how to add CSS classes. You can combine these lessons to create a simple bar chart. There are two steps to this. Create a div for each data point in the array. What? You can combine these lessons to create a simple bar chart. There are steps to this. There are two steps to this. Create a div for each data point in the array. Give each div a dynamic height using a callback function in the style method that sets height equal to the data value. Recall the format to set a style using a callback function. Okay. Save what now? Okay, add the style method to the code in the editor to set the height property for each element. Okay, I have met. Okay, but we'll go one by one. Okay. Add a style method to the code in the editor to set the height property for each element. Very good. Style method will style method. In here we write height. Incorrect spelling. Height. Use a callback function. But what? What? That's it? Okay. Nope. Does that make a difference? Apparently not. And a style method going to set the property height. Use a callback function to return the value. Oh my god, guys. Oh, I have 4 views and people are looking at just this screen. Ouch. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I have a message from Soumyajit. Thank you, Soumyajit, for telling me. Apparently, my screen has been stuck for half an hour and nobody dared to say it. Thank you, Soumyajit. Okay, now my screen is available, visible. Ouch. And I have received 5 likes. Guys, thank you, I appreciate it, but please, बताया करो यार. Or maybe I should have noticed too. So क्या करेंगे, तुम लोग को दिखाया तो नहीं थोड़ा कुछ. I'll open this in a new tab. In data visualization, so we've started a new course called data visualization. We've finished 7 of them. I mean, they're quite easy to do, so you guys will also be able to do it. But yeah, I finished 7 of them in the last 30 minutes or so, 35 minutes or so. And yeah, I'm on it. Thank you, Soumyajit, for your comment. Yeah, that's what I get for that's amazing. Thank you. And now low battery. Just a second, I need to connect this to the charge. Then just a second. Only this much? Okay, very good. Right, I'll just plug it in. Yow. Ding ding ding. Ding ding. Nice. And let's connect this thing too. Apparently. Okay. Do not get destroyed, friend. Okay. Now we are connected and we are ready to go. Okay. Thank you for subscribers, and you can see what the graph looks like now. We did that with well, you won't believe it, but we did it with all of it with this little thing. If it weren't here, this looked like a box, a literal box, but now it looks like this, a graph. It's pretty cool, right? Set the height property for each element. Use a callback function to return the value of the data point with the string px added to it. Px, I think px added to it, appended, added. Nice. To infinity and beyond. Nice. Right. And what else? So let's see. Change the presentation of a bar chart. The last challenge created a bar chart. Yep, this is a bar chart, but there are a couple of formatting changes that could improve it. Add space between each bar to visually separate them, which is done by adding a margin to the CSS for the bar class. In here, do you say margin how much? increase the height of the bars. अच्छा h here, height's already there. ठीक है. Height of the bar to better show the difference in values is done by multiplying the value by a number to scale the height. Yep. So it's maybe 12 square. I don't know. First add the margin of 2 pixels to the bar class in the style tag. Done. Then next change the callback function in the style method. Right, callback function. Change the callback function in the style method. Just style method here in the style method, so it returns a value 10 times the original data value plus the pixels. Okay, 10 multiplied by d, so it returns a 10 times larger value. Nice, done. Now it's getting larger and larger, this code. Okay, but we go through this. SVG stands for scalable vector graphics. Okay, here scalable means that if you zoom in or out on an object, it would not appear pixelated. Yeah, pretty much. It scales with the display system, whether it's on a small mobile screen or a large TV monitor. So an example of an SVG would be, of course, any animated characters. They look HD, zoomed in or zoom out. This is text, so even if I zoom into the max level, it still is HD, but that might not be the case for maybe something else. Let's say a logo, or not a logo, this Google thing. You can see here that this is quite blurry. From here it's not that blurry, but if you zoom in to the point where it looks like this, it is quite blurry. So the difference between that. Now any text that we see on the internet or on our computer is almost all the time graphics, instructions. So you can see this instructions is a text, this word instructions is text and not an SVG or a picture or a PNG or whatever. And the dogs are having a good fight in the background. Thank you. Okay, now SVG stands for scalable vector graphics. Interesting. What was that? Yeah, here scalable. Yep. SVG is used to make common geometric shapes. Since D3 maps data to a visual representation, it uses SVG to create shapes for the visualization. SVG shapes for a web page must go within an HTML SVG tag. Okay. CSS can be scalable when styles use relative units such as viewport height or viewport width or percentages. But using SVG is more flexible to build data visualizations. Add an SVG node. Add your code below this line. So somewhere in here. Add an SVG node. Achha. We've already selected that. To the body using append. Okay, that's quite simple. I'm going to refresh this page because it looks very weird. Achha, apparently it's supposed to look that way. Okay, no problem. Right, but we are going to append data to it, right? Okay, क्या करेंगे? Append what? An SVG node. Okay, apparently that SVG must have been already linked. Okay, because how without anything can you? Yeah, right. Anyway, SVG has been appended. Give it a width attribute. So right, style width set to the provided w constant, and it's comma separated, right? So we can give it a height HAGHT height attribute set to the h attribute constant using the attribute or style methods for each. Separately करना पड़ेगा. Fine. Yeah. Apparently so. We have to do it that way. Fine. ETTR ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं क्या? Apparently not. Oh yeah, this shouldn't be h. Okay, so now it looks like that because h is 100. If I were to make this 200, this would look different. Very good, so that works, right? You'll see it in the output because there's a background color of pink applied to it in the style tag. Yep, this thing. Now it looks green. Yep. When using attribute width and height attributes do not have width and height attributes do not have units. This is the building block of scaling. The element will always have a 5:1 width to height ratio no matter what the zoom level is. Interesting. What does this do? Nope, that's not apparently. Abe, sorry, yeah. Anyway, 34% complete. Woo! The last challenge created an SVG element with a given width and height, which was visible because it had a background color applied to it in the style tag. The code made space for the given width and height. अच्छा, बस इतना लिखना था. So instead of style, we could have written this much. Ouch. Ouch to myself. Right. Created an height which was visible because the background color applied to it in the style tag. The code made space. The next step 2 is to create a shape to put into the SVG area. There are a number of supported shapes in SVG such as rectangles and circles. They are used to display data. For example, a rectangle SVG shape could create a bar in a bar chart. I understand. You write it this way. When you place a shape into the SVG area, you can specify where it goes with x and y coordinates. The origin point of origin point of 0, 0 is the upper left corner. Achha, upper left corner. Positive values for x push the shape to the right, and positive values for y push the shape down from the origin point. To place a shape in the middle of 500 by 100 SVG from last challenge, the coordinates would be 250 and y coordinates would be 50. Yeah, half of the both. An SVG and positive halves of the both. An SVG rectangle has 4 attributes. There are the x and y coordinates for where it is placed in the SVG area. It also has a height and width to specify the size. Okay, slowly. Add a rectangle shape. So append rectangle get rect. Right. Rectangle shape to the SVG using .append cool, and give it a width attribute of 25 and height attribute of 100. Okay, interesting. They specifically requested 25 and 100. Oh, we're appending a rectangle inside this SVG. If we were to give this rectangle a color, it would appear that this rectangle is inside this big rectangle. Anyway, this can be a variable, this maybe, right? Yeah, I'm going to do that. It may or may not be that easy. Now all of that disappeared. Okay. A isn't a variable and you aren't a variable. Anyway, we'll do that when we do that. Also give the rectangle x and y attributes, each set to 0. How? It's 4 attributes. Acha. Attributes. I'm so sorry. I was supposed to give it attributes. Right. Give it a with attribute. Dali. I also give the rectangle. तो ये क्या था? Fine. Oh, it's a different attribute. Though it's width and height, this is x and y. Can I do this, by the way? Oh no. Nope. Only one attribute at a time. Cool. So now we have x and y. Nice. Nicely done. I want to see what this would do. Gayab. Not Gayab. Most probably Gayab. 10 made it, did it come lower or what? 1. Yep. 20. Acha, you're increasing the height or your y values. 90 would make it so small. Right, we make this 0. Next, create a bar for each data point in the set. The last challenge added only one rectangle to the SVG element to represent a bar. Yep. Here you will combine what you've learned so far. Oh, right. The laptop's charging and it's experiencing a surge of heat, a huge surge. The last challenge added only one rectangle to the SVG element to represent a bar. Here you will combine what you've learned so far about data, enter and SVG shapes to create and append a rectangle for each data point in dataset. A previous challenge showed the format for how to create and append a div for each item in dataset. Okay. A previous challenge showed the format for how to create and append a div for each item. Yep, exactly. Dataset and appended div. There are a few differences working with rectangle elements instead of div elements. The rectangle elements must be appended to an SVG element, not directly to the body. Also, sorry about that. I must not hum the mic. Right. Okay, not directly. Also, you need to tell D3 where to place each rectangle within the SVG area. The bar placement will be covered in the next challenge. Okay. Use the .data.enter .append methods to create and append create and append a rectangle for each item in the data set. The bars should display all on top of each other. This will be fixed in the next challenge. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. First, data. What's the data called? I'm going to assume it's called a data set because that's where the data is. Then we call enter function. Build error, open your browser console to learn more. Fine. And then append what? The bars should display on top of all each other. Okay. We have 9 elements. Data set, append a. Your document should have 9 RECT rectangle elements. SVG select all, data set, enter, append. What are we missing? So each item in this, so 12 is 12. The code should use the data method, done, enter method, done, append method, not done. The bar should display on top of all each other. Bus. Where is S? It's not S, it's supposed to be that number. What if I write an arrow function? What do I write inside this arrow function? What's this say? Error. Get problem, get page data error. Clear this please. Clear console. I might need to resize this. Anyway, what am I doing wrong? I would have to refer to our previous lessons for this. Text DD, right? We solved that. Abbe. Color append. Okay, so append H2 and text DDD. Oh, but we're not appending them. We're appending each style, each item. Is that it? The document should have 9 rectangle elements, and this says bleh, some weird error. यहाँ पे पढ़ना पड़ेगा. There are few differences. अच्छा, append क्या? Oh, we are supposed to append something. But what? अच्छा, append rectangle. Beh. We're supposed to append a rectangle, and we'll stack each other on top of them. Right. Sorry. Perhaps edges. Nice. Okay, so we finished 41%. 50. एक घंटे में 41% जितना खत्म कर दिया. Wow. This should tell us how much we have done. 12 out of 29 are done. Yeah, almost. 3 more to go and we'll be halfway done. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Right, dynamically set the coordinates for each bar. The last challenge, create an appended 8 rectangle to the SVG element for each point in dataset to represent a bar. Unfortunately, they were all stacked on top of each other. Yep, they are. The placement of a rectangle is handled by the X and Y attributes. They tell D3 where to start drawing the shape in the SVG area. The last challenge set them each to 0, so every bar was placed in the upper left corner. Yeah. X attribute. Sorry, yeah, X attribute. Acha. Okay, yeah, you did that. So अभी क्या करेंगे? For a bar chart, all the methods should sit in the same vertical, which means the y value stays the same at 0 for all bars. The x value, however, needs to change as you add new bars. Remember that larger x values push items farther to the right. As you go through the array elements in dataset, the x value should increase. Okay. The attribute method in D3 accepts a callback function. D3 as in you. D3 accepts a callback function to dynamically set that attribute. The callback function takes two arguments, one for the data point itself, usually D, and one for the index of the data point in the array. So data point and its index. Second argument for index is optional. Here is the format D and I. Oh. Right. It's important to note that you do not need to write a for loop or use for each to iterate over the items in the dataset. Recall that a data method parses the data set, and any method that's changed after data is run once for each item in the data set. Exactly, so we don't need to write any loops. Change the x attribute callback function so it returns the index times 30. Bas? Okay. Returns index times 30. Right. Not like that. Change the x attribute callback function so it returns the index times 30. Comes index. Excuse me. The first rectangle should have an x value of 0. What's I for? Second should have an x value of 30. D is the data point, I is the index. Think. Just can't write D index and I just cannot. Think. Each bar has a width of 25, so increasing each x value by 30 adds some space between the bars. Any value greater than 25 would work in this example. Change the x attribute callback function. So this callback function, so it returns the index times 30. Cut the returns h. I is for index, you set it yourself, and 1 for the index of the data point in the array, for the data point itself, and yeah, I think it's supposed to be D multiplied by index multiplied by 30, no? because with 0th item the first rectangle should have an x value of 0. So if it's 0, done. Second should have a value of 30. So right, that case I should write d equals I multiplied by 30. There's no change, so I'm wrong somewhere. The first rectangle. So okay, select all rectangle data set, enter append rectangle. So rectangles have been added. Now we write an x attribute and also a y attribute. No, the y attribute also has also been added. For the x attribute, it takes a data point which would be 12, then 31, then 22, and index value. So it returns the index times 30. So index times 30, that's it. Why does this have a problem? Index multiplied by 30 would be 0. Index multiplied by 30 would be 1 multiplied by 30 would be 30. So apparently that's not what it's doing. Why? None of them are returning true, but it is going through index values. What am I missing? I think it's anyway somewhere in here. The attribute method in D3 accepts a callback function dynamically. Said that callback function takes two arguments, one for the data point itself, usually d, and one for the index of the data point in the array. The second argument for index is optional. Here's the format: selection.attribute property. So you already gave it a property and you write d and I. This is the data point and this is the index. Now we are not supposed to do anything to the data point, we're only supposed to change the index, multiply things to the index. It's important to note that you do not need to write a for loop. ठीक है. Change the x attribute callback function so it returns the index times 30. Do I just do nothing? D minus d plus, no, I don't think so. What are you here for? I don't think that's how this thing works. But then what do we do with this data point, data set, data item? Change the x attribute callback function so it returns the index times 30. It returns index times 30. Why am I not looking? Let's ask for a hint. What am I not seeing? Okay, there is no hint apparently. I'm supposed to write return. Oh my god. Silly mistake. Tricks are for kids. Anyway, dynamically change the height of each bar. The way we did height. Okay, the height of each bar can be set to the value of the variable, similar to how the x value was set dynamically. The same way here, d would be the data point value and I would be the index of the data point. Change the y callback as return the variable time 3. Cool. So now I know that we have to ask it to return. We can't use that ES6 method apparently. D times 3. Nice. Cool. 48% done. Invert SVG elements. You may have noticed the bar chart looked like it's upside down or inverted. This is because of how SVG uses XY coordinates. Yeah. Right. Excuse me. Yeah, just yawning. In SVG, the origin point for the coordinates is in the upper left corner, and x coordinate of 0 places a shape on the left edge of the SVG area. A y called x. I'm going to read that again. I was lost. In SVG, the origin point for the coordinates is in the upper left corner. Yeah, any SVG element. In X coordinate of 0 places a shape on the left edge of the SVG area. A Y coordinate of 0 places a shape on top edge of the SVG area. Higher X values push the rectangle to the right. Higher Y values push the rectangle down. Yeah, to make the bars right side up, you need to change the way the Y coordinate is calculated. It needs to account for both the height of the bar and the total height of the SVG area. And that looks like a very cool wallpaper, to be honest. Anyway, what else? To make the bars right side up, you need to change the way the Y coordinate is calculated. It needs to account for both the height of the bar and the total height of the SVG area. The height of the SVG area is 100. Good to know. I think it's written somewhere here. Yep, 100. Is 100. If you have a data point of 0 in the set, you would want the bar to start at the bottom of the SVG, not the top. To do this, the Y coordinate needs a value of 100. If the data point were 1, you would start with a Y coordinate of 100 to set the bar to the bottom. Then you need to account for the height of the bar of 1, so the final Y coordinate would be 99. The Y coordinate, that is Y equals height of SVG minus height of bar, would place the bars right side up. Nice. Height of SVG, height of bar. Okay. Height of SVG and height of bar. Nice. Once the okay. Yawning has begun. It's only sabhi to 10:15, so don't worry. At least 50% खत्म करके फिर coffee थोड़ा बनाते हैं. Remember that the height of the bar is 3 times the data value. Yep, 3 times the data value. Right. Change the callback function for Y attribute. This thing. To set the bars right side up. Now it's 100. Yeah, we're gonna play with I value anyway. Return I. Change the callback function to set the bars right side up. Remember that the height of the bar is 3 times the data value. Yeah, d multiplied by 3 height. Achha. So 100 minus data multiplied by 3. Okay, change the callback function for the Y attribute. So okay. In general, the relationship is Y equals height minus M minus D. That's exactly what I was gonna think. 100 or H minus I multiplied by D. Yow. Okay. Right. H minus, where M is the constant that scales the data points. Okay, so d multiplied by 3. Height multiplied by height minus height, basically. Height of this rectangle. No, not the rectangle. Height of this SVG and the rectangle inside. Nice. 52% complete. क्या करेंगे? Yeah guys, you guys enjoy some of this freeCodeCamp. You can read this code. In the meanwhile, I'll have some coffee. I'll make some coffee, and when I come back, we'll continue with this. Thank you. Instead of moving my display every time, let me change this to window capture, not live streaming, sorry. Interesting. Does it not realize there is more to streaming? Show full screen and hidden windows. Yup. Please. Huh. You guys can't see anything, but I see everything. Yup. That's what I wanted to show you. Very good. Okay. 6 likes. Amazing. Amazing, guys. Thank you. And I'm back. Let's see what we have. Right. Change the color of an SVG element. Oh, wow. Okay. Changing the color doesn't seem so difficult, does it? Okay, in SVG, a rectangle shape is covered with a fill attribute. With the fill attribute. Acha, it's not style. Should override this first. Add an attribute method to set the fill of all the bars to the color navy. So not style apparently. attr fill navy. Yes, and now they're all navy colored. Nice. Next. Add labels to D3 elements. D3 lets you add a label. D3 lets you label a graph element such as a bar using the SVG text element. Right. So we can also add labels, obviously, such as a bar. Like the rectangle text element. So basically we can write, I think we should be able to write text on this most probably. D3 gives you a high level of control over how you label your bars. Nice. The code in the editor already binds the data to each new text element. How? Okay, select all text, enter. Nice. Yeah. So we just have to append. But let's read. Okay. D3 lets you label a graph element such as a bar using SVG text element. Cool. Like the rectangle element, a text element needs to have X and Y attributes to place it on the SVG. It also needs to access the data to display those values. The D3 gives you a high level of control of how you label your bars. The code in the editor already binds the data to each new text element. Okay. Each new text element inside this. Cool. First append the text nodes to the SVG. Okay. Added to the SVG. Then next add the attributes attr x yoch and y coordinates. But what do I put? They should be calculated the same way as the rectangle ones. Acha, aisa. Then I can just copy these lines. Ha ha ha. And then except the y value for the text should make the level sit 3 units higher. Than the bar. Finally use the D3 text method to set the label equal to the data point value. Okay. Yep. 3 units higher apparently. Yeah, but it overlaps. This must be a negative value then, or maybe, okay. Right. For the label to sit higher than the bar, decide if the y value for the text should be 3 greater or three less than the y value. Yeah, I determined. First I did adding, and then I realized that you must subtract to add some space. Cool. Next, 59% done. Very cool. Sorry. Much better, but anyway. P3 methods can add styles to the bar labels. The fill attribute sets the color of the text for a text node. The style method sets CSS rules for other styles such as font family or font size. Set the font size of the text elements to 25 pixels and the color of the text to red. Right, yep, done. Nicely done. It's all about the order, it seems. This selects the body, appends an SVG, gives it an attribute of height and width, and then you start with adding rectangles inside this SVG. So you added rectangles with this attribute, so it added as these as rectangles, representations of that rectangle with specific height, with the specific height and weight and whatnot. Analytics, literally analytics. Anyway, nice. Now add a hover effect to AD3 element. I would prefer it if this were a little bit above. इसको तो ये ASVG के ऊपर जा रहा है, but okay, whatever, their code, can't say. It's possible to add effects that highlight a bar when the user hovers over it with their mouse. Yeah, that would be nice. So far the styling for the rectangles is applied with the built-in D3 and SVG method, but you can use CSS as well. Nice. You can set the CSS class on the SVG elements with the attribute method. Nice. But before I do any of that, let's read. Okay, you set the CSS class on this with the attribute method, then the hover pseudo class for your new class holds the style rules for any hover effects. Okay. Use the attribute method to add a class of bar. Class of bar to all the rectangle elements. This changes the fill color of the bar to brown when you mouse over it or hover over it. Yup. So this bar must be one of those things. Nice. Very nice. When I click on it, nothing happens yet. Maybe we should do something about that. Yeah, we'll do something about it most probably later. Nice. I should also have my comments open just in case. Can you guys see this, by the way, or is it stuck? I think my display is, nope, it's not stuck. Okay, very good. Right, full screen please. Add a tooltip to AD3 element. By the way, just a second, it's 77% charged. Very good. A tooltip shows more information about an item on a page when the user hovers over that item. There are several ways to add a tooltip to visualization. This challenge uses the SVG title element. Right. When I'm back, oh my god. Challenge uses the SVG title element. Right, title element. Nice. So we write title, whatever we are supposed to do, we can do that later. The title pairs with the text method to dynamically add data to the bars. Append a title element under each rectangle node. Then call, so basically we have a callback function with us. Then call the text method. Oh, hello there. Hi. Nice to see you. How do I not see you in the live chat? Oh, now I see you. Hello there. How are you? Kyo chale? Party ekdam. That's the highest number of likes I've reached ever. 8 likes. That's the highest. Amazing. That's a great start of a week. Very cool. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And I'm back. Right. Anyway, title element under each rectangle node, as in this node. Am I supposed to do this and then add and call the text callback function so the text displays the data value? But it did not. Dot title is not a function. Oh. Yep, that's what we are supposed to do. Append a title. I should have read append a title element. I was late. Now this is the data. This must be a column 1, this must be column 2, or cell 1, cell 2. I don't know what it is. We'll have to read it. But it's a nested array. It's a group of nested arrays, or so to say, or so I say. Okay. A scatter plot is another type of visualization. So this is a scatter plot. It usually uses circles to map data point which have 2 values each. Let's look at what a scatter plot looks like. Scatter plot, please. Images. So that's what a scatter plot looks like. Cool. What are they for? Are graphs that represent the relationship between 2 variables in a data set. It represents data points on a 2-dimensional plane or on a Cartesian system. René Descartes. The independent variable or attribute is plotted on the x-axis while the dependent variable is plotted on the y-axis. Okay. Independent and dependent variable. We'll go through this one by one. Okay. So these values tied to the x, y. Yeah. Circles to map data points. Yep. It uses circles. Yeah, we saw that. To map data points which have 2 values each. Must be an x and y coordinate, but we have to. Yeah. Okay. These values tie to the x-y axis. Yeah. And are used to position the circle in the visualization. SVG has a circle tag to create the circle shape. It works a lot like the rectangle elements you used for the bar chart. Okay, so just like a rectangle we write circle. Yeah, apparently so, but we are still inside the SVG. Okay, so we write. Okay, yeah, before I do any of that, let's read more. Use the data enter append methods to bind dataset to new circle element that are appended to the SVG. This in itself makes us understand that what we are supposed to do. It says do this to new circle elements that are appended to the SVG. So that tells me that we have to append it. And yeah, dogs are fighting. Append a circle, then use data from data set. So data set, enter that data and append each item. I may not be writing this correctly. Let's see. The circles won't be visible because I haven't set their attributes yet. The code should have 10. Okay. This does not do that, however. Oh, come on, what did I do wrong with this? Okay. Let me read how append works. Append rectangle. Oh, but wait. Acha. Oh, right. It's supposed to do this. It won't be visible because they do not have the same color yet. I mean, they do not have a different color than the body element yet. The last challenge created the circle element for each point in the dataset and SVG, but D3 needs more information about the position and size of each circle to display them correctly. Yep, yeah, position, XY coordinates, and its size too, probably. Anyway, the circle in SVG has three main attributes, the CX and CY. Circle X and circle Y. Attributes are the coordinates. They tell D3 where to position the center of the shape in the SVG. The radius attribute gives the size of the circle. Nice. Just like rectangle Y coordinate, the circle Y attribute for circle is measured from the top of the SVG, not from the bottom. Yeah. All three attributes can use a callback function to set their values dynamically. Remember that all methods chained after data set run once per item in data set. Once per item. Ouch. The D parameter in the callback function refers to the current item in the dataset, which is an array for each point. You use bracket notation D0 to access the values in that array. So D0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. And back on my Anyway, yeah, I wanted to refer to some of my code and some logic from the previous branches. Thank you. Right. Of course, it will be different, but it's all quite similar. Add CX, CY, and R attributes to the circle elements. Gladly. CX with whatever values. CY and our attributes. Okay. Our attributes to the circle elements, the cx value should be the first number in the array for each item in the data set. First number for each item in the data set. Okay. Di first number for each item, so this, right. Think each item is I. No, that's D. We write D1. Done. Of 0th value, first item. First number in the array for each item in the data set. The cy value should be based on the second number in the array. Cool. Okay. Second number. The cy value should be based on the second number, but make sure to show the chart right side up and not inverted. We have to do a few more things than that, so I have to read this again. X and y were I multiplied by 30. In this case, h minus 3 multiplied by d, right? So h minus d1. Do we not have any colors yet? So for y inverted, x we don't do much. What are their heights? There's no height. Oh, the radius will be the. There won't be any height for these items. Youch. Right. Value should be 5 for all circles. Nice. So now we have dots this way. What would they have looked like? Okay. Inverted. Okay. Should have a value of 34. cy a value of 422. Sorry, h minus d1. So 500 minus 78. 430, 422. Yep, that's correct. So we pass all the tests. Nice. Because I made it inverted by subtracting the height. Nice. Or subtracting its value from the height. You can add text to create labels for the points in a scatter plot. Okay. Text for them. Okay, each item. Okay. So we're gonna add a class maybe. We'll see. The goal is to display the comma separated values for the first x and y fields of each of them. Comma separated values, but where are they? No, we don't have them. Ouch. The text nodes need x and y attributes to position it on the SVG. In this challenge, the y value which determines height can use the same value as the circle uses for its cy attribute. The x value can be slightly larger than the cx value of the circle, so the label is visible. This will push the label to the right of the plotted point. Label each point on the scatter plot using the text elements. Okay. Label each point of the circle using the text elements. Yeah. Haha. I love using haha, don't I? Anyway, uh, appended text. So text already has been appended. So label each point. The text value should be the values, two values separated by comma and a space. For example, the label for the first point is 3478 each. Set the x attribute so it's 5 units more than the value. Oh my god, what? Okay, first things first, data set. And I'm back. Return yeah, we're not using that. Wait, data's 0th value, then comma and a space, and d's first value. Nice. Of course, it's all there because we haven't mentioned the xy coordinates. Attribute x, it's all supposed to be in. Set the x attribute so it's 5 units more than the value. Okay. 5 units more than the value you use for the cx attribute on the circle. Youch. Nested methods, that is not allowed unless we wrap it. Still there is a missing semicolon. Understand. And this is missing semicolon. Nope, not the way. Set the x attribute so it's 5 units more than the value used for the cx attribute on the circle. Select करना पड़ेगा. Now do we on select and return a specific value. Interesting. Now you guys can see me yawn in weird ways. So funny. The same way we have to add the y value. Set the x attribute so it's 5 units more than the value used for the cx attribute on the circle. Do I also write it this way? Ting. But now we write 5 more, right? And that's for x, and now we do it for y. For y, same way that's used for CHS. Bus, that's it. अच्छा तो उठा के रख दो. Oh, sorry. No change. Youch. Because it's supposed to be y. And now it's here. Almost here. It's not on the line. I mean, on the same line as this. Y. But I think we've passed the test anyway. Why are you not on the same line though? Maybe because it occupies that. Who knows? Sate. 11 बज गए. Create a linear scale with D3. Nice. अभी सब पूरा बनाएंगे. Now we build a scale. I can close this. Maybe not. Maybe yeah. I will close it. Okay. Excuse me. That coffee had no magic. No one's there. Oh. It's 11. I can understand. Everyone needs their beauty sleep. Not everyone though. Some might be still awake. Some might still be awake. Yeah. Anyway, the bar and scatter plot charts both plotted data directly onto the SVG. However, if the height of a bar or one of the data points were larger than the SVG height or with values, it would go outside the SVG area. I'm distracted. Let's read this again. The bar and scatter plot charts both plotted data directly onto the SVG. Yeah, they did. However, if the height of the bar or one of the data points were larger than the SVG height of with values, it would go outside the SVG area. Unfortunately, yes. In D3, there are scales to help plot data. Scales are functions that tell the program how to map a set of raw data points onto the pixels of SVG. For example, say you have a 100 by 500 sized SVG and you want to plot gross domestic product for a number of countries. So then we have to scale it down. We have to scale it. For example, you say you have a, we read that, right? You provide D3 a type of scale to tell it how to place the large GTB values into a 100 by 500 sized area. Pretty cool. It's unlikely you would plot raw data as is. Before plotting, you set the scale for your entire data set so that the x and y values fit your SVG width and height. D3 has several scale types. For a linear scale usually used with quantitative data, there is the D3 method. Scale linear. Constant scale equals D3 equals scale linear. Okay, so that's how you do it. By default, a scale uses the identity relationship. The value of the input is the same as the value of the output. A separate challenge covers how to change this. Okay. Change the scale variable to create a linear scale. Oh, excuse me. Oh, above this line. We are not supposed to touch this. Sorry. Right. Create. Okay. Change the scale variable to create a linear scale. So D3 dot scale linear. And I'm back. Oh my god. Yeah, it still took that. Interesting. Okay. And in here, set the output variable to the scale called with the input argument of 50. Oh my god. Feels like I just gotta go to sleep or what? And it's only the beginning of this week. Only Monday, guys. Don't worry, I'll be here with you until we finish this. Until at least we finish this, which is I think 2 or 3 more projects away. Oh, 5 more, no problem. Right. Set a domain and a range on a scale. Okay. By default, scales use the identity relationship. This means the input value maps to the output value. However, scales can be much more flexible and interesting. Say a data set has values ranging from 50 to 480. This is the input information for a scale, also known as the domain. You want to map those points along the x-axis on the SVG between 10 units and 500 units. This is the output information, also known as the range. Nice. Why does this say D3 and not scale then? Interesting. Anyway. Right. You want to map those points along the x-axis on the SVG between 10. Yeah. The domain and range methods set these values for the scale. Both methods take an array of at least 2 elements as an argument. Here's an example. Scale domain 50 to 480 or 10 to 50. So the domain is this and the range is this. Or a single argument 50, 480, 325, 70. Interesting. In order, the following value should be displayed in the console. Oh. Okay. That is so weird after having coffee. Usually I need to go to the loo. I must have crashed. Anyway, create a scale and set its domain to wait. Notice that the scale uses the linear relationship between the domain and range where I figure out the value for a given number. Okay. So 10. Acha. Oh, right. First domain and then range and then 50. Oh, okay. It would return them respectively from minimum to maximum. And I'm back. Oh my god. But how did this return? 750 and 807? Excuse me, I'm so sorry about this. I hope. Ouch. 8 likes. Wow. Wow. Anyway. Create a scale and set its domain to 250, 500 and range to. Okay. Nice. Scale dot domain to 250, 500. Nice. And scale dot range, so 10 to 150. Nice. It should return 102, and it does, because we are asking it to append whatever we did to the D3. And I'm back. Oh my god. Where is output? Output is stored as scale 50. So 50 scaled would return 102, negative 102. Why? Domain is between 250 and 500 pixels, not between. By default, scale uses the identity. Okay. Between 10 units and 500. This is output information. Okay. How will negative values help? I have no clue. We'll see. Oh, we have one person watching the live. Very cool. Use the d3.max and d3.minimum functions to find minimum and maximum values in a data set. Very cool. In a data set, as in you. Anyway, Soldier Boy. Often when you set the domain, you'll want to use the minimum and maximum values within the data set. Trying to find these values manually, especially in a large data set, may cause errors. D3 has two methods, minimum and maximum, to return this information. Here's an example. D3.minimum, D3.maximum. Nice. A data set may have nested arrays like xy coordinate pairs that were in the scatter plot example. In that case, you need to tell D3 how to calculate the maximum and minimum. Fortunately, okay, so minimum tell me and the maximum tell me. So it would return a data set between the two. I think so. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. You want to use them find this value manually with their filtering data. Yeah. You can call them filters. How? This is 8 likes. Interesting. And I'm back. Oh my god. Just a second, guys. What? So yeah. Okay. 2 are watching this live video. Interesting. How are 2 people watching this? I mean, let's not speak about how. Can you guys see this? Is my mouse responding? Yep. Okay, sorry about that. Right, we go back to this. A dataset may have nested arrays like xy coordinate pairs that were in the scatter plot example. In that case, you need to tell D3 how to calculate the maximum and minimum. Fortunately, the both the minimum and maximum method takes a callback function. Yes, take a callback function. In this example, the callback function's argument D is for the current inner array. The callback needs to return the element from the inner array xy over which you want to compute the maximum minimum. This is an example of how to find the minimum maximum with an array of arrays. Right, D3 minimum location data, then comma space, then D is in data, so it would iterate through each data element and then it would write D30. Okay, apparently we're supposed to write location data here in camel case. Interesting. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the name of the variable. We're not supposed to write the specific text location data. We're supposed to write the name of the variable here. Sorry. Ouch. Yeah, minimum max would have the number 0, 1. Yeah. The position data array holds sub arrays of x, y, and z coordinates. Ouch. Hey. Acha, x, y, and z. Acha, okay. Get me the minimum x coordinate, minimum y coordinate, and minimum z coordinate probably for this case. The position data array holds subarrays of x, y, z. Use AD3 method to find the maximum value of the z coordinate or the third value from the arrays, and save it in the output variable, which is this. Nice. So D3 dot minimum, then in this we write location position data, that's the name of the variable. Now we ask it, we write a callback function where it would go through the third item or the second item, because these are all 0 based indexes, so it would go through the 0, 1 and 2 second item from each subarray. Wrong. X, Y, Z. Use AD3 method to find the maximum. Oh, it's not minimum, it's maximum. Sorry. Max. Nice. Done. Relax. I think we only have 2 or 3 more to go. Well, let's finish this. Let's get this over with. Nice. And I'm back on. सही है ना, 2.5 घंटे से बैठे हम. I mean, not 2.5 घंटे, I took a break of a few minutes here and there for some coffee. Right. Anyway, D3 minimum maximum methods are useful to help set the scale. Given a complex data set, one priority is to set the scale so the visualization fits the SVG container's width and height. You want all the data plotted inside the SVG so it's visible on the web page. The example below sets the x-axis scale for scatter plot data. The domain method अच्छा ये सब समझा रहे हैं या अभी ये सब समझा रहे हैं तो बेसिकली इसको मैं पूरा पढ़ लेता हूँ, नहीं तो फिर नहीं समझ आएगा. Okay, so we have this two values inside each value. Okay, the height and width is 500, very cool. The padding between the SVG boundary and the plot apparently. Okay, yeah, cool padding, very cool. Shut up. Create an x and y scale. Okay, create an x and y scale बना दी, ठीक है चलो. X scale for domain is, अच्छा उसने इसी कर दिया, सही है. Okay, and for range padding which is 30 and w minus padding which is 470. Range is 30 and 470, and for domain the range of the domain is 0 to d3's, sorry, max of the data set d and d0, so maximum value out of these which is 420. So 0 to 420 and 30 to 470. Okay, so let's create, we're supposed to create an x and y scale now. Interesting. Okay, the example, acha this is the example below, this is something else. Okay. Right, but now that I've read this, then this is undefined, so that tells me I have to edit this code and do some magic. Returns 30, apparently this is supposed to, okay, whatever. Anyway, the example below sets the x-axis scale for a scatter plot data. The domain method passes the information to the scale about the raw data values from the plot. I see what we just read. D3 maximum, so 0 and the maximum values out of all of these, which is 420. Oh, this must be this is the same. Okay, the range method gives it information about the actual space on the web page for the visualization. So padding and w minus padding, yep, actual space for y, well, the range. Anyway, in the example, domain goes from 0 to the maximum in the set. It uses the max method with a callback function based on the x values in the arrays. The range uses the SVG's with, yeah, but it includes some padding too. This puts space between the scatter plot dots and on the edge of the SVG. Very cool, very nice. We can give it a color or something too. Anyway, the padding may be confusing at first. Picture the x-axis as a horizontal line from 0 to 500. Including the padding in the range method forces the plot to start at 30 along that line instead of, yeah, and end at 470 instead of 500. Yes, I get it. 300 from the left, 300 from the right, so 30 and 470. Yeah, nice. Use the y-scale variable. Okay, y-scale variable to create a linear y-axis scale. The way we did this, we have to do this too. Okay, and we'll copy some of this code, all of this code, and edit some of it or all of it. Okay, to create a linear y-axis scale, the domain should start at 0 and go to the maximum y value. So d1, yeah, maximum y value in the set. The range should use the SVG height. I mean, I could have overwritten. Okay, and include the padding. Yes. Remember to keep the plot right side up. When you set the range for the y coordinates, the higher value height minus padding is the first. Oh, nice. Okay, sorry. Done. Thank you for the note. 93% complete. I think we are almost done. कितना finish किया? We finished 27 out of 29. by now. Only 2 more to go. Nice. 1 and more. Nice. You can see some text has already been added here. We'll see. Use a predefined scale to place elements. With the scales set up, it's time to map the scatter plot again. The scales are like processing functions that turn the x and y raw data into values that fit and render correctly on the SVG. They keep the data within the screen's plotting area. You set the coordinate attribute values for an SVG shape with the scaling function. This includes x, y attributes. Okay, I'm not getting all of that. Right. Attribute. Yeah, we did. Scales set shape coordinate attributes to place the data points on the SVG. You don't need to apply scales when you display the actual data value. For example, the x text method for the tooltip or label. Use. Okay, we go to the challenge. ये सब डिफाइन करके रखा है उन्होंने, हाइट एंड विड्थ एंड व्हाट नॉट. For the text elements, apply the scales to set the x and y attributes. The labels should be offset to the right of the dots. To do this, add 10 units to the x data value before passing it to the x scale. And I'm back. Oh my god. Wait, think again. Use the x and y scale, x scale and y scale to position both the circle and next shapes. So this is the circle element. Okay. For the circles, apply क्या था circle के लिए circle x and circle y, right? Right. Attribute. Circle y. Give them a radius of 5 units too. Cool. So now we have a radius. This is the text. No color yet. Okay, fine. Cx and cy and oh sorry, we're supposed to write a radius. ADTR radius 5. This is supposed to be something I have to do. Okay. Use x scale and y scale. Acha. Right. And I don't think I'm supposed to do it this way. तो यहाँ पे लिखेंगे क्या? Anyone in the okay, no problem. Right. I think we're supposed to write that in. Write something in here. Use x and y to position both the circle and text shape on this SVG. for the text element, apply the scales to set the x and the y attributes. The label should be offset to the right of the dots. Okay. To do this, add 10 units to the x data value before passing it to the x scale. No, actually, I need to get the hint. My mind's gone. Use the attribute function which accepts two parameters. We did. Use the callback function on those two attributes. Yeah, but what? Radius is set using the R attribute. Done. दो तो समझ आ गया है. Select all circle. Circle. अच्छा data and D1 अच्छा ऐसे लिखते हैं. Okay. Interesting. Anyway, and here we write and I'm back. Oh my god. अच्छा, so इसके अंदर के points का position. Ouch. Yeah. Okay. तो इसमें क्या लिखा है? For the text elements, apply 10 units to the x before passing it to the x scale. Nice. Why did this? Oh, for some positioning. And I'm back. Oh my god. Last one is going to be a banger. Another way to improve the scatter points is to add an x-axis and a y-axis. D3 has two methods, axis left and axis bottom, to render the x-axis and y-axis respectively. Here's an example to create the x-axis based on the x scale in the previous challenges. Axis bottom x scale. The next step is to render the axis on the SVG. Okay, so now that it's stored in a variable, you render it. To do so, you can use a general SVG component, the G element. The G stands for group. Unlike rectangle, circle and text, an axis is just a straight line when it's rendered. Because it is a simple shape, using G works. The last step is to apply a transform attribute to position the axis in the SVG in the right place. Otherwise, the line would render along the border of the SVG and wouldn't be visible. The SVG supports different types of transforms of positioning an axis. Axis needs to translate when it's applied to the G element. It moves the group over and down by the given amounts. Here's an example. You store this in a variable first. Axis scale, axis bottom. Then you append G. The G element. Okay. Why do you call it the G element? Because it stands for group. Okay, so append a group element, attribute transform, and then translate is written this way apparently. 0 plus h minus padding plus this. Okay. Interesting. Okay, call x-axis. The above code places the x-axis at the bottom of the SVG. Height minus padding. Nice. So yeah, inverting the value. Then it is passed an argument to the call method. The y-axis works in the same way, except the translate argument is in the form x0. So this would be over the other side. Yeah. Because translate is a string in the attribute method, where we can use concatenation to include variable values for its arguments. Wow, some pretty nifty stuff, if you ask me. Oh wait, nahi. Ouch. Let's finish this as soon as we can. The scatter plot now has an x-axis. Create a y-axis in a variable. Chalo. Add your code below and above this line. So first we define the y-axis. So d3 dot axis क्या था? Left for y scale. Y must be, we're using camel case, aren't we? Nice. But we haven't written anything yet, so I'm going to copy this. Nice. I think we don't need to write any of that. I think if I just write dot append, maybe not, we'll see. Another grid. So are we appending a grid to this item? I think so. Fine. What errors did it have before? Yeah, because of that in it. Okay. svg dot append dot attribute. First is transform. The second attribute is translate. It takes that and then you append some hubu jubu here and then 0 jibber jabber, and then you close the argument cool, and then you call the function call y axis. Nice. But wait, we can see a line, but we also have to give it some remove some padding. So we write in here h minus padding and wrap them in parentheses. I think maybe it goes the other way. Padding minus, padding minus, nope, only the padding apparently. Interesting. Or do I write padding minus width? Apparently only padding. Okay, padding and 0. Right, then render using the G element. Make sure you use the transform to padding units. By the amount of padding units right and 0 units down. बस इतना ही था. Okay. Yep, bullseye. Now guys, that was some exhausting work because we are learning new stuff. When I come back, we will learn and go through JSON APIs. I'm not closing the live video. What I'm doing is only going out for a short break. When I come back, we will continue with this course. Thank you. Yo guys, I'm back. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Hello, welcome back. Let's see what we have with us now. Now we're going to work on JSON APIs and Ajax. I think by the end of this live video, we should have reached at least one visualization project. Okay, so let's read this. I don't think I need the earphones. You guys can hear from the mic anyway. I'll adjust it so you guys can have the ultimate viewing experience. Okay, very good. So similar to how UIs help people use programs, UIs, user interfaces, APIs, application programming interfaces, help programs interact with other programs. APIs are tools that computers use to communicate with one another, in part to send and receive data. Programmers often use Ajax, asynchronous JavaScript and XML, Ajax, when working with APIs. Ajax refers to a group of technologies that make asynchronous requests to a server to transfer data. So one after other, or asynchronous मतलब एक एक करके जाएंगे, या फिर maybe a time interval, maybe something like that then load any returned data into the page, and the data transferred between the browser and a server is often in a format called JSON, JavaScript object notation. Very cool. This course will teach you the basics about working with APIs and different Ajax technologies in the browser. In the browser, as in standard browsers, Mozilla or Chrome or whatever, others as well. Now they've already written some HTML code here, as you can see here. If I keep my if you see, this is the HTML code, all of this, that's it. A class called message and box are mentioned for the p tag, which is this. So message class and a box class, and the text inside it, of course, right, and a p tag with an ID called get message. We're going to play with this, aren't we? Okay, and the button has been given some styling. The colors, as in the text of the that is white, as you can see here. Background color is this, some shade of blue, lighter shade of blue. Its radius, so it looks curvy. Then the border is 1 pixel, almost invisible, but it does have a border, and it has this color, so the same color as that. Okay, of course clicking on it does nothing yet. Then when we hover over it, the color changes, the background color changes, and its border changes as well. Now I don't think we need this, but maybe they kept it for some reason. Okay, and then we have the box class, which gives it a radius of this. So if you keep your eyes here, this is a little bit curved. Okay, so I'll zoom out. Zoom out, and so that's the radius. The background color is, of course, EEE, so that's gray, a shade of gray. It's not completely white, but it's a shade of gray, and it has a padding of 20 pixels and 5 pixels. 20 pixels from the top and bottom, and 5 pixels from the left and the right. That's the box. And of course there must also be a message. Maybe it's not in here, no problem. Message class has not been edited, no problem. But yeah, you can see here that's in here. Okay, and we have an h1 selector, which changes its size to twice the element its parent's size, and font weight is bold. so it's bold. If we were to write normal, it would look like this. Yeah, bold. Cool. Then text align, so every element inside the body itself is aligned to the center. Any elements inside the body will be aligned to the center, as you can see here. And the font family has been given the Helvetica font family. And in the script, this is the only thing that has been added. Document.add event listener to DOM content loaded, as in once the page has been loaded, and then you write the function. Interesting. Right. Okay. So handle click events with JavaScript using the onClick property. Yeah, that reminds us of some of our projects. You want your code to execute only once your page has finished loading. So that's what we have. So there will be an event that will declare whether the page has been loaded or not, and apparently it must be called DOM content loaded. For that purpose, you can attach a JavaScript event to the document called DOM content loaded. Yeah, here's the code that does this. So just like we saw, if I resize you again, you can see that line of code in here and in this example as well, which calls an anonymous function, as you can see here, and some steps or arguments along with it, which are not defined yet. We probably can define it. You can implement event handlers that go inside of the DOM content loaded function. You can implement an onClick event handler which triggers when the user clicks on get message element by adding the following code. We have been working on this. So it looks at the document and gets the element by ID, and the ID of that element is get message. Now we've written hard coded we've coded it here, and we are going to write it in the script itself. We're not going to write it in the JavaScript what can we call it, React document itself. So we can use get element by ID and not query selector, and we write get message. So we are looking at get message as in this button, and you add an event listener. So whenever it is clicked on, a few things will happen, as in a function will be passed. So when you click on onClick, this is what it will do. Okay, very good. That's how you write it. I'm going to copy that. Add a click event handler inside the DOM content loaded function for the element with the ID of get message. Basically, we're supposed to copy this line and paste it here. I'm going to remove all of this line and just paste this much. That's it. We're not doing anything to inside this function yet, I hope. Let's see. Select the element whose ID is get message. Your code should add an onClick event handler. So the event handler has been added, called onClick. Done. So now onClick has been added. Now we're going to define something inside the onClick so that when I click on this, a message gets sent. When the click event happens, you can use JavaScript to update an HTML element. Very cool. For example, when a user clicks get message button, it changes the text of the element with the class message to say here is the message. Yeah, if I click on this can change. How? Because we can target this p element with this class, maybe, yeah, by class name. So any classes with this message with this class value message, that thing's text can change from this message. The message will go here to something else, right? And let's see what it says. This works by adding the following code within the click event. So I can see here we're only targeting the first value, whatever first value we find in the messages. If there were several p tags with the class message, then it would only change the text of this item if clicked upon, and it says text content equals here is the message. So yeah, we're changing so we're going to do the same thing. I can copy this code and paste it, and that will get us that will get the job done. But I'll type it instead. Document dot get element by ID. In here we write, what are you called, message, and I will only select the first message, and then we write dot text message equals what should be the message. Here is the message, so let's say string. Here is the message. Done. That's it. When I click on this, the text should change to here is the message, but it didn't. message message. Let me copy that and paste it. Maybe I made an error. Let's see. Get element by we're not supposed to get element by id, we're supposed to get it by class name, or class name by why, because we're using JavaScript. Okay, by class name. In this we have the curly braces. Oh, and we shouldn't write text message, it should write content, text content. Now if I click on this, the message changes. Get element by class name. Interesting. We still haven't finished this. Document dot get elements, not elements. Element. Get elements by class name. I see. Now if I click on this, it returns this message. Very good. Done. Nice. Let me check. How many do we have here? 10. Interesting. Okay, I hope we can finish 10 easily. Oh, hello Sarthak. Hi Sarthak, I just saw your message. Yes sir. Hi. Yes Sarthak sir, I shifted to data visualization. I finished the project in the evening, all 5 projects for front-end development, and voila, now we are working on data visualization. Visualization, sorry. Yeah, some tongue twisters there. Get JSON with the JavaScript XHTML HTTP request. Now I'm going to Google what XML means. XML meaning, please. It's called extensible markup language. Is a markup language and file format for storing, transmitting, and reconstructing arbitrary data. Arbitrary is of course random, chosen at well, it's random data basically, but let's also look up the meaning of arbitrary. So based on random choice or personal whim, rather than any reason or system. Yeah, arbitrary data. So you're reconstructing arbitrary data. It could be random, random data basically. Okay. You can also request data from an external source. That's what the internet was built for, external sources. This is where APIs come into play. Remember that APIs are application programming interfaces. So just a second before I continue with this, we guys, because we're people, a lot of people come across the term API, application programming interface, and we suddenly think, oh, it's a big thing. It's not. Basically, it's how applications speak to each other. That's it. Yeah, nothing to worry about. Interface, when we say interface, we think Windows, Mac kind interface. Of course those are interfaces, but we have command line interfaces too. That is also an interface, which most of you guys would be very scared of. But I can tell you what a terminal looks like. For my terminal, I've set the settings this way. Now the best terminal command I love is ping. I mean, there are several, but I love ping. Of course, for Linux based operating systems, Linux distributions, I love that sudo command, sudo and sudo update. Well, sudo, I forgot about it, but it's sudo update or upgrade or something. Yeah, where you upgrade the packages. And for Mac, I use ping google.com. I mean, we can do several other things with terminal, so many things with terminal, but yeah, this is by far the easiest thing I can find. Of course, we have cd command and ls command and whatnot. This lists all the applications. Basically, what I'm looking at here, what I'm looking at here is the same as, I also have Flutter installed, by the way. We'll also look into Flutter. And if I'm so sorry, you guys, I haven't shared my screen correctly. I'm so sorry. I have to show you terminal correctly, right? I have to go with display capture. So this is what a terminal looks like, and I love this ping command with Chrome, with Mac. Of course, there are several other commands. It's not like that. But if I write cd and then I write ls, it will still do that. Mac has some serious security things, so I have to write cd / and root. So this is the root. Now I'm not going to go much about this because this is all personal data. I don't know how much Mac allows or Apple allows us looking into their file system and whatnot, so I'm not going to do much. But this is called a command line interface. I can also open programs with it. Let's say if I have VS Code, I don't know what the name of VS Code actually is. Maybe we can find out. VS Code, if I write code, so it's called Visual Space Studio Space code.app. So maybe one word app, let's say Blender, right? So if I write Blender here, blender.app. So instead, if I write blender.app, we have to find it, but basically we can also run a command here and open an application. Forgot about it. I have to revise my skills, terminal skills. But for Windows users it's called PowerShell, and that thing has so many issues. But hey, suddenly PowerShell and CMD have they don't have a bash history apparently. I mean, they do have a bash history, but bash history is only limited to the current session, not to the previous session, so it's quite weird. But hey, let's not be haters of Microsoft here. They did that to themselves. They roast themselves anyway with their updates. Okay, back to this. I'm not saying I'm superior because I use a Mac, but hey, Unix. Back to this, application programming interfaces are tools that computers use to communicate with one another. You'll learn how to update HTML with the data we get from APIs using a technology called Ajax. Yes, we came across Ajax, and that's what we are doing on, what we are working on, right? Most web APIs transfer data in a format called JSON. Now, basically, आपको guys थोड़ा समझा देता हूँ. Basically, when I clicked on this, the message changed, right? What if I want that message to be custom? What if I say, what if I want to print an email with a specific name from a list? Let's say I want to send an email to 5 people with the same template, but I only want the name to change. So how do I, write a loop or write something that would send a message to each person when I click on get message? That's how your email works. That's how your Google Mail works. All the servers speak to each other. It's all very cool actually, the way Google and Gmail and Google Drive, not only Gmail, the service of email itself is so cool. There's a lot of background stuff happening that we are not even aware of. Anyway, you'll learn how to update HTML with the data we get from APIs using a technology called Ajax. Most web APIs transfer data in a format called JSON. JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. We have come across bracket notation and dot notation. This is object notation. This might be different than that, but I mean JSON files. We came across a JSON file before, and I was stuck with a JSON file before, and I couldn't solve it because I didn't know much then. But maybe we'll learn how to import JSON files correctly now. JSON syntax looks very similar to JavaScript object literal notation. Literal notation. JSON has object properties and their current values, sandwiched between a open curly brace and a closing curly brace. These properties and their values are often referred to as key value pairs. Yeah, thank you for a short revision. Yeah. However, JSON transmitted by APIs are sent as bytes and your application receives it as a string. Wow. So they're converting that in real time. Say very cool. They can be converted into JavaScript objects, but they're not JavaScript objects by default. The JSON.parse method parses the string and constructs the JavaScript object described by it. You can request the JSON from freeCodeCamp's cat photo API. Nice, cat photo API. Here's the code you can put in your click event to do this. Okay, let's read this. So constant, so we're storing something in a, so we have new XML HTTP request. We're storing the request inside a variable called rec, which is also request. I could also write dot open here and dot send and dot onload here. So first of all, we are creating a new instance of an XML HTTP request where we write where we call the open method, and we use the get method to access this JSON cats file, and we write true. I don't know what this true is here, why this argument is written as true. I have no clue, but yeah. Then we send something, maybe send a request. So I think we send this. Then we write onload. So after the website has been loaded, we write a function where it declares a variable called JSON, and it initializes JSON.parse, which would parse the request's response text. And in here we write document.getElements by class name message inner HTML to store JSON.stringified JSON as in you. Very good. So first things first, we created a new object or a new instance, let's say, and then we opened a request, and then we sent that request, and then we wrote an onload function that on loading, after the website loads, you store the inner HTML value of whatever you get in a JSON file, and then you stringify it, and then you print it here. Here's a review of what each piece is doing. Yeah, now these guys will explain it much better than I tried. The JavaScript XML HTTP request object has a number of properties and methods that are used to transfer data. First, an instance of the XML HTTP request object is created. Yeah, an instance is created and saved in the request variable, req variable. Then the open method initializes a request. It initializes a request. This example is requesting data from an API, therefore is a get request. So get stuff from a server, get stuff from something else, get stuff, get it loud. The second argument for open is the URL of the API. So भाई कहाँ से वो भेज रहे हैं भाई, कहाँ से क्या, and then yeah, so this is the URL, uniform resource locator. Then the third argument is a boolean value where true makes it an asynchronous. So is it an asynchronous request? Yes. The send method sends the request, so sends this. Okay. Then finally, the onload event handler passes the return data and applies JSON.stringify method to convert the JavaScript object into a string. The string is then inserted as the message text, as you can see here, inner HTML. We played with inner HTML in some of our code the last time, and then I scrapped it completely by using a method and instead of an independent function. Right. update the code. Okay, update the code and send a get request to freeCodeCamp cat4 API. Then click the get message button. Your Ajax function will replace the message Google text with the raw JSON output from the API. So that means let's try and type this instead of copying it. Constant request equals new XML HTTP request. You call that, oh, this should be uppercase XMLH. You can see the color change here. Then we write request dot open. In here, first argument we write the get method. Then we write the APIs list. Now we're probably connected to the this, so I just need to write slash. This must be outside that folder, or maybe they appended anyway. And then we write true, so it is an asynchronous request. Next, request dot send. So send whatever request was in whatever was initialized. Then request dot onload. So when it loads, you store the data in here in our HTML. So by default, and when the website completely loads, it will show this much. Okay, so JSON dot parse request request dot response text. This must be the name of the object that's storing the data. Semicolons, quite important, sorry about that. Then we write document dot get elements by class name, and then you select the message class's 0th element, which is you. Otherwise it would edit all the elements. Dot in kya tha? Acha, inner HTML. So you are changing the the text, basically the inner values, not the entire element itself, right? Inner HTML equals, so again JSON dot stringify, and in this we write request, no, we write JSON itself because JSON was declared. Yeah, wait, no, oh, we have to write this line too, I forgot. Wait, oh, acha, const JSON equals, okay, and on load we write a function. That's it, cool. If I click on this, nothing will happen. JSON.parse is not a function. This should be lowercase. Now if I click on this, nothing will happen. Oh, it happened. It took a few seconds, but now we're looking at some raw data as a JSON file, saved and done. 3 of them done. I don't think I read all of that. Let me go back, please. Update the code. Acha, I did. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Next, please. Right. Get JSON with the JavaScript fetch method. So yeah, this is what we had a problem with in one of our projects. Another way to request external data is to use JavaScript fetch method. It is equivalent to XML HTTP request, but the syntax is considered easier to understand. Yeah, but I understood it anyway. Right. Okay, fetch method is equivalent to okay. Here is the code for making a get request to JSON cats.json. Basically, this URL is what we are sending, asking for. Asking for. Fetch and then the URL where it is a JSON file, then response. Response. So this is a callback function. Each response element will be returned as a response.json. Then, so after this, data, each data element is then passed as a document.getElement by id to this json.stringify data. Each element will be stringified. So basically we won't see raw element, we'll see a bunch of sentences probably. Take a look at each piece of this code. Yeah, I would like to. The first line is the one that makes the request. So fetch URL makes a get request to the URL specified. The method returns a promise. Finally, so we'll learn more about promises now. Yes, I feel so happy. A promise. After a promise is returned, if the request was successful, then the then method is executed, which takes the response and converts it to JSON format, which is this. It converts the response that was sent to a JSON into a JSON format, converts it to the JSON format. Yeah, you get it. Then the next then method. So fetch this. After it has been fetched, then you convert the response, whatever you got from this, into a JSON. Convert it to JSON format, and then you click on data. So whatever data you got, whatever JSON data you got, now you write a you convert it to JSON. Now you apply that. So each element, so this is a callback function. Then what? So we're going to convert data to something else now. The then method also returns a promise, which is handled by the next then method. Yeah, this is a method of fetch. Then method, the argument in the second then is the JSON object you are looking for. So document.getElement by id message, and its inner HTML is json.stringify data. Very good. I mean, it's shorter, it's only 3 lines of code, but yeah, it does the same work. It sends a get request. Now it selects the element that will receive the data by using document.getElement by id. Then it modifies the HTML code of the element by inserting a string created from the JSON object returned from the request. Pretty cool, pretty understandable. Yeah, okay. So it stores the data in here. If I click on this, nothing will happen yet because we haven't edited this code, but yeah. Update the code to create and send a get request to the freeCodeCamp cat food API, but this time using the fetch method. So fetch, fetch, what JSON slash what's the URL's name? JSON slash cats dot JSON. So now we fetched it. Now we write the then method. Then would now take the, well, I should write response for myself for me to understand. I mean, I can also write a, and then if I write a dot JSON, it would still work. But for our understanding and for people to understand, we write response here. Response.json. Then again, I can write any variable name here. I can write anything really. Cat, I can write cat here. But a callback function. So you take data and then you convert data into command Z. Here you write document dot get element by id. Which element are we getting? Get message. No, message. P tags. P tag is supposed to change. Message get element by id dot inner HTML. We write JSON dot stringify, and in here we write data, which is you. So it's stored this way here. Save, and okay, right, I made a mistake somewhere. Let's see what. fetch this, then response.json. This is response. Ouch. Response.json. If I click on this, after a couple of seconds it should return some data. Still doesn't return data, so I made a mistake somewhere. Okay, response arrow function response.json. Cool. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. RESPONSE, very good. Then data, then arrow function. Oh, this is supposed to be stored in an object apparently. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So then document.getElementById message and .inner HTML is stored as JSON.stringify data. Very cool. Yeah, I think that should do it. Nope, your code should make a GET request with fetch, which I did. This does that by default, doesn't it? Don't you? Am I supposed to put this in one line? I mean, it's okay. Your code should make a GET request with fetch, which it does. That it does. Bro. Okay. Get element by ID. Okay, document dot get element by ID message inner HTML equals JSON dot stringify data. Is a semicolon what that is bothering you? I don't believe it, but okay. Oh, this should not be a semicolon by the way. Okay. Right. Your code should make a GET request. Okay. Not in that case. Maybe now? Nope. So fetch URL. I stored that URL, right? JSON slash. Oh. Yeah. So it was making a GET request, but it should have been a. Right. These guys don't tell us hints anymore. I should have read that. Ouch. Ouchie, ouch. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Right. Anyway, let me drink some water. This thing is longer than I expected. Fresh water. Always gets it. Okay. We're back to this XML HTTP request. No problem. Access the JSON data from an API. What? In the previous challenge, you saw how to get JSON data from the freeCodeCamp cat photo API. Now you will take a closer look at the return data to better understand the JSON format. Recall some notation in JavaScript. Square bracket represents an array. Curly braces represents an object. Double quotes represents a string. Double quotes represent a string. They are also used for key names in JSON. Yep. Key value pairs. Yeah. So key. Value doesn't have to be stored in a string, but yeah, I think if you are storing a string, then you store it in a string. Store it between double quotes. Understanding the structure of the data that an API returns is important because it influences how you retrieve the values you need. Yeah. On the right here, click the get message button to load the freeCodeCamp cat photo API into the HTML. Yep. Nice. Amazon AWS. Cool. I did that. I clicked it. Thank you. The first and last character you see in the JSON data are square brackets. Yep. Why don't I zoom it in for you guys? Okay. and it's also it overflows, but you can see here that is a square bracket. So it begins with a square bracket and ends with a square bracket, and then inside this square bracket is the object that begins with a curly brace and ends with a curly brace, and I think everything is in the middle. Cool. Yep, this means that the return data is an array. Yep, it is an array. The second character in the JSON data is a curly bracket or curly brace. These guys used curly brace, but okay, fine. Curly bracket, which starts an object. Looking closely, you can see that there are three separate objects. Let's find out. Let's look closely. Okay, so this object begins here. Key value pair again, key value pair again, key value pair again, key and its value, which also stores another array, and that's the first object. Then the second object begins. I should say, yeah. So first item in the array is the object number 1, you can say. Then that's object number 2. Then that's object number 3. And it ends right here. Very cool. Okay. You can see there are three separate objects. Yeah. The JSON data is an array of 3 objects. Yep. Where each object contains information about a cat photo. Yep. If I open this link here in my computer, it would show us a picture of a funny cat. That is a funny cat. That funny cat and a suspicious dog can never go. Look at that. I mean, that's so funny. Where is that even coming? Where did that even picture come from? I mean, look at that. I don't think that dog was even feeling that feeling of yeah. Anyway, right. Yeah. So that's one image. Then this must be the second image of a grumpy cat. Yeah. These guys, yeah, defined it. And we have a mischievous cat. Very good. Yeah. So that's an image link. Oh, this it's literally written. It has an ID 0, 1, 2 and 3 and image link and this and that and so on and so forth. So the same way, maybe we can fetch some data. Think beyond. Let's say I have a satellite in the air, in the space, and it sends me when I send it a request, it sends me some information about how the clouds are looking, for example. So that the clouds look this way, that way. So we can write maybe cloudy weather. So we get the word cloudy, but somewhere in the space, a satellite looks at something. Actually, not the satellite, but the person who works at the meteor. Yeah. Anyway, person who works at the station. Anyway, so on and so forth. They also send requests. Their computer also, well, they don't, but their computer also sends requests to a satellite to get this running. Of course, it's most probably more complicated than this, but yeah, they send requests, they receive an answer. Maybe they don't even send requests, maybe they do something else, but you get it. So higher level thinking too. So the same way, we're also working with data. I think in a few of my live videos I've also taken a detour to show you guys about something about our YouTube analytics. Studio.youtube.com. In here, oh, that's my account, so sorry. Oh, that's my channel apparently. My apparently got to anyway, that's how do I even have a channel? Apparently I don't have a channel, sorry. If I were to look at this, what do you call it, a studio. Anyway, we go to analytics, you can see all the analytics. So this graph, it's all HTML. This is an HTML page. This section sends and fetches data and everything. Yeah, we get real-time update count, 733 subscribers, by the way, very cool. 2000 views in the last 28 days. I hope this grows longer. We have this graph. It sat down on Sunday because 26 viewers on Sunday, that's still good, even if I wasn't going live. Sahi hai? But hey, so cool. One video published on 9th July. Interesting. Was it 8 hours long or what? Anyway, so you guys can see that. So cool. Anyway, so all of this data, mainly this graph, that's what I wanted to show you. This is also HTML code, I mean XML and HTML and Ajax and whatnot. I don't know what Google uses to prepare their charts and graphs and whatnot, but yeah, we come back to this. So yeah, the JSON. You learned earlier that objects contain key value pairs. They are separated by commas. In the cat foot example, the first object ID, where ID is a key and 0 is the corresponding value. Some revision really. Similarly, there are keys for image link, image alt text and code names. Yeah. So we can ask it to, yeah. मतलब बेसिकली क्या कर रहे हैं, कहीं से मैंने उठाया और ये मैं इमेज लिंक को मैं एट्रीब्यूट की तरह यूज़ कर सकता हूँ. इमेज लिंक ऑल्ट टेक्स्ट, I can convert image link to return the link and I can store that image link as a variable in my code to return in some of our projects elements in our HTML file. Very cool. So instead of showing this raw data, we can ask it to return the name, the image itself and code names and whatnot. Okay. Another interesting key value pair in the first object is code names Juggernaut, Miss Wallace, Buttercup, as we saw here, which is also an array. Here code names is the key of its value, key, and its value is an array of 3 strings. Yeah, it's possible to have arrays of objects as well as a key with an array as the value. Yep, we saw that in our projects earlier. Nothing new. Remember how to access data arrays in objects. We use dot notation or object notation, bracket notation. Yep. Objects use either bracket notation or bracket or dot notation to access the value of a given property. Here's an example that prints the alt text property of the first cat photo. Console.log JSON, because JSON is a variable that stores parsed value. Cool. Dot alt text, which would return the alt text. For the cat with the ID of 2, print to the console the second value in the codenames array. You should use bracket and dot notation on the object which is saved on in the variable JSON to access the value. Okay. For the cat with the ID of 2, print to the console. अच्छा सिर्फ only print to the console. ठीक है. Console not log what with the ID of 2. अच्छा. JSON ID of 2. Wait, am I supposed to write it this way? ठीक है, ID of 2. हाँ ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. ID of 2, print to the console the second value in the codenames array. Second value, which is 1. That's not printed. That doesn't print anything. Interesting. We should use bracket and not notation on the object which is saved in the variable JSON to access the value. Now I don't know the name of that variable, so if you click on this, that should tell me. It's called image link, but we are not supposed to do it this way. Okay. So ID with the 2. So I should write 0, 1 and 2. So that's the second element, and then return image link, which is the second element of the object. Yeah, I can write dot image link. I guess that's not what you're looking for. Second value in the code names array. Wait, what? For the cat with the ID of 2, print to the console The second value in the code name array, you should use bracket and not notation, which is okay. It should print Loki. What's Loki? अच्छा code names का second value. Ouch, sorry. Code names array का second value. So 1. Should print Loki here. Ouch, sorry. I'll raise the sail of you, but I'm only making you songs. क्या 1 बजे नहीं? शीश, इधर 3 घंटे से तो बैठे हम, 4 घंटे. Oh my god, crazy, just absolutely bonkers. Just a second, I'll be right back. Oh, you guys weren't looking at that, were you? Ouch, you weren't looking at my face for a couple of seconds. Well, yeah, because you're used to it, I'll give you a couple more seconds. Thank you. You know what, let's get this over with. Okay, before this live stream ends, let's just finish this and reach our project. Yeah. Now that you're getting data from a JSON API, you can display it in the HTML. You can use a for each method to loop through the data since the cat photo objects are held in an array. हाँ तो एक साथ 50 चीज़ को मैं प्रिंट करूँगा. As you get to each item, you can modify the HTML elements. First, declare an HTML variable with let HTML equals this. Okay. Is this the challenge? No, this is the example. Okay. Then loop through the JSON, adding HTML to the variable that wraps the key names in strong tags. Followed by the value. When the loop is finished, you render it. Here's the code that does this. Okay. So HTML is an empty string. Then we write JSON. Then for each inside this we write function, and we take value as an argument. A parameter. Then you call a constant called keys. Object.keys will store this as keys. Oh, all the keys. Very good. Object.keys. Nice. Right. Then HTML equals HTML plus div class equals cat. So you give it a div and a class. Very good. Interesting. So you're storing that in a div. Oh, so this first, and then add that, and that, add that, and that, add that. Very good. Then we write keys dot for each function key. HTML is HTML plus, so this, and then you add a strong, and then the key itself, and then strong closing tag, and then also you add value of the key plus that as a line, and a line break afterwards, and then you close the HTML. For this challenge, you need to add new HTML elements to the page, so you cannot rely on text content. Instead, you need to use inner HTML, which can make a site vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. So inner HTML is supposed to be avoided at all costs, but for this project we can do it basically. Anyway, add a for each method to loop over the JSON data and create the HTML elements to display it. Okay, so here's some example JSON data and create the HTML elements to display it. Say, I'm going to refer to this code. Let's see. HTML has already been declared. Very cool. And it says HTML. Okay, so now we have to write a loop that will return something here. Right now it returns an empty string. If I were to write this, if I click this, it would return that weird text. Okay, very good. Anyway, now we go back. Khali kar do sab. Now we write JSON dot for each. So do this for each of them. You write an anonymous function which takes val as the parameter. So we're defining the parameter's name. We're using arrow functions. No, we're not using arrow functions. We're using curly braces. Inside this, now we're going to declare a constant which will stay inside this constant and then not go anywhere. Constant called keys, which stores the object dot keys and takes the value. So it would take each value and then store the keys value, the key of that value in keys. Nice. Next, key value pair. Value of that key. Very cool. Actually no, the name of the key. So then keys dot. So now we're going to play with the key. Now key for each. So write for each. And then we also write another anonymous function which takes in that key itself and then does some magic, which is, oh but wait, we have to do this much too. Okay, this bit too. So after keys has been defined, we write HTML plus equals, so HTML equals HTML plus a string. We're appending some string which is div with a class, class. We're not using class name because this is literally a string. This is not JSX or JavaScript, so we're not using class name, the word class name. Are we supposed to write cat or what? Add a for each. Div class cat. Fine. Are we printing cats or what? Fine. You know what? I just write haha, unless that has a problem. Cat photo finder. Okay, it's cat photo finder. Take care. Cat it is. But there are no cats here. Interesting. Fine. Anyway, so that ends here. Semicolon. Now inside this for each loop, we go through HTML plus equals strong, so strong, plus key itself, the key itself, then a string which stores strong as a string, and then also append the value of that key. Interesting. Sahi hai. Very interesting. Anyway, and then you put that, so the function closes, this function closes, this function closes, then semicolon, and you write HTML plus equals, and then you close the div. Of course, I think I should also have added the line break. BR self closing tag. So wait, yeah, we don't need to mention that. Div supposed to be closed, and a line break again, because it will keep appending a line break again and again. It should be appending. Right, if I click on this, it's taking some time because we're still missing colon in the 15th line's 70th character, where, so strong, close, value, key, and break. I don't think that's the missing semicolon, and that should be here. What am I missing? Oh, it should be, this should be outside apparently. Okay. It's time for highway. Ding ding, na na. Dreaming a show. Okay, let's see. There's some syntax error. Where at that curly brace? Why expected a comma? Why did you expect a comma? For each function key, HTML plus equals strong, added key, then strong again, then value key, and then break. Okay, I could also have copied this much, but let's go one by one. HTML JSON dot for each function function value, then curly brace open, constant called keys, object dot keys value, HTML plus equals div class equals cat, and then close again, then keys dot for each function key, and then the return statement HTML plus equals strong, plus key plus strong colon space plus value key and then plus break and then semicolon, and then you close the div. Unexpected token, कहीं पे तो कुछ गलत किया है. Because of this error, what seems to be the comma error? Keys dot for each and then function, and inside this function we have this much. Yeah, expected a comma here. Okay, let's put a comma then, which is unexpected token. Wow, where? In the 14th line. Probably the comma feels weird now. Init. Yeah. Now a curly brace is weird. Why? Strong. Maybe strong isn't correct. Line break. BR. 17 lines, 18th character. यहाँ पे what are you for then? Ouch, painful. Now if I click on this, it will return ID stored as this, image link stored as this, alt text as this, code names like this. Oh, so it looks more yeah, it looks so much better now. So yeah, next 6 of them complete, only 4 more to go. Don't worry, children will be done before you know it. Yeah. Just a second. सही है. ओके, अभी क्या करना है? अभी 4 या 5 challenges होंगे और the last few challenges showed that each object in the JSON array contains an image link key with the value that is the URL of a cat's image. When you're looping through this object, you can use this image link property to display this image in an image element. So HTML image source equals value image link and value alt text. Add code to use the image link and alt text properties in an image tag. Why don't I copy this and write it here? So now we are looping through each item. Interesting. Oh, but this is specific. HTML equals image source, an image element for the value dot image link. So the object says image link is stored this way. So it will return an image of a cat, an array of all the images. So yeah, and it also stores the alt value. So yeah, this will be so good for databases and dynamic websites. So yeah, it's very cool. बंद हो जा. Very cool. सही है. Next. 7 out of 10 completed. 3 more to go. Pre-filter JSON to get the data you need. If you don't want to render every cat photo you get from the freeCodeCamp photo API, you can pre-filter the JSON before looping through it. Given that the JSON data is stored in an array, you can use the filter method to filter out the cat whose ID has a value of 1. Nice. So don't return anything that has a value of 1. Here's the code to do this. JSON equals JSON.filter function val return valid.id not equal to 1. Anything, return everything that's not equal to 1. Very cool. Whose ID is not equal to 1. Very good. So it will iterate through each array and remove anything that has value 1. Add code to filter. Filter the JSON data, remove the cat with the ID or value of 1. Literally it, but instead of, you know what, yeah, instead of copying, let's write it. We'll get a habit. JSON.filter, we write an anonymous function, filter, yeah, we don't need to write function, value, arrow function, return value dot id only if it's not strictly equal to 1, semicolon. Done. The semicolons are not needed. Yeah, it's an arrow function anyway. Yeah, that's it. Now it will only return 2 objects, 2 images. We indeed have got this. We are here. Wow. Okay. Get geolocation data to find a user's GPS coordinates. Okay, just took it up a notch, right? Another cool thing you can do is access your user's current location. Your users. Okay, every browser has a built-in navigator that can give you this information. The navigator will get the user's current longitude and latitude. Oh, very cool. And I didn't know that was possible. So apparently my computer is accessing a geolocator as we speak. Nice. कितने बजे? 1:30 बज गए. Ouch. Another cool thing you can do is access your user's current location. Every browser has a built-in navigator that can give you this information. But not a lot of people know how to access it. The navigator will get the user's current longitude and latitude. You will see a prompt to allow or block this site from knowing your current location. Yeah, we do that. It asks for a few permission. This has the permission for our clipboard, some of our cookies and site data and site settings and whatnot. If I click on site settings, it will tell me all the values that I've allowed. If I reset permissions, it will ask me for everything. Now you can see some permissions are allowed by default. Insecure content, block by default. Third party sign in, allow by default. Why? Because I've signed in with Google. Augmented reality, virtual reality, fonts, automatic downloads, everything except for background sync, of course. Why? Because it syncs when I click on save. It says your code was saved to your browser's local storage. It couldn't be able to do that without background sync, and yeah. Plus, this is a dynamic website. It has to send requests for each and every lesson that we learn and go through. So yeah, background requests are important. Basically, only clicking on this is not the only thing that we have to do. This also returns a preview preview. So that's all of that is possible with background requests. Cool. Motion sensors were not, but anyway, you will see a prompt to allow or block this site from knowing your current location. The challenge can be completed either way as long as the code is correct. By selecting allow, you will see the text on the output font change to your latitude and longitude. Here is the code that does this. If navigator, that must be the navigator object dot geolocation. This is an if statement. Okay, as long as the data is a valid piece of data, you do this navigator dot geolocation dot get current position function position. Then you print that data as inner HTML and whatnot. Dot coordinates dot longitude dot coordinates dot latitude, and it would print that data. First, okay, I'm going to resize this so that we can see it better. So navigator.geolocation.get current position, and then we write a callback function. Callback function would do this. It would set the inner HTML of this data element with this value, latitude colon space whatever the position of the latitude is, position.coordinates of latitude, because this, so it stores that object. Okay, and then you line break, and then you write break that line, then you write longitude, and then position.coordinates.longitude. We could also I think we can write this itself dot first it checks the navigator.geolocation if the navigator.geolocation object exists. If it does, the get current position method on that object is called, which initiates an asynchronous request for the user's position. If the request is successful, the callback function in the method runs. The function accesses the position objects values for latitude and longitude using dot notation, and updates the HTML. Add the example code inside the script tags to check a user's current location and insert it into the HTML. Let's see. Okay, I can't use triple click because these are different lines apparently, but if I print this code to the console, it will ask me this. I am going to block it, but this should still, it won't tell us, right? Because we have to allow it. If I allow it, in a couple of seconds I have to reload this, right? It didn't print anything. Why? It took some time. So that's my lat long. Okay, personal stuff, so I'm going to continue. Anyone, it was available for more than 5 seconds, so you guys know really, but okay. So I think is this the last one? Oh sheesh, that's the last one. Post data with the JavaScript XML HTTP request method. We're back to that XML HTTP request. In the previous examples, you received data from an external resource. You can also send data to an external resource as long as that resource supports AJAX requests and you know the URL. JavaScript's XHTML request method is also used to post data to a server. Here's an example. Constant XHR equals new. Of course, you declare a new instance of an XML HTTP request object. Then you're storing this in a variable. I'm going to resize this. xhr.open, then you write a post method. So posting is sending the data, whatever we have, URL, whatever the URL is, and then true. And in set request header, so set request, so you're sending the requests is header with content type, then this link. So these are 3 different arguments. Char set is set to UTF-8. This must be the link of that application JSON and the content type. So the content this, whatever content we're sending, that thing's type is an application JSON. It's a JSON application with the character set at UTF-8 character encoding. An onReady state change, which stores a callback function. If xhr.readyState is strictly equal to 4 and xhr's status is 201, this must be some port or something, then you store a variable, you declare a variable called server response, and then you store the value json.parse xhr response. Then you write document.getElements by class name, message, context, content, server response, username, server response, suffix. Are we sending or getting? Interesting. Then store body equals json.stringify username suffix loves cats, and then xhr send this. To send this much, we had to do a lot of this. Well, yeah. So you've seen several of these methods before. Here the open method initializes the request as a post to the given URL of the external resource, whoever we are sending it to. Passes true as the third parameter, indicating to perform the operation asynchronously, basically on click probably, or when the website has been fully loaded. Then xhr, the set request header method, sets the value of an HTTP request header which contains information about the sender and the request. So yeah, the information of the sender. This is the type of the sender. Interesting. Okay, it must be called after the open method, but before the send method. The two parameters are the same of the header and the value to set as the body of that header, or the name of that header and the value to be set as the body of that header. Name, body, cool. Next, the onReady state change. OnReady state change event listener handles a change in the state of a request. A ready state of 4 means the operation is complete, and a status of 201 means it was a successful request. If it was a successful request, therefore the document's HTML can be updated. So if what we sent was successfully received, then we return some response to our server. Response to us. Dude, yeah, whatever you sent was actually yeah. So you can also compare this with updated. When someone updates their file, it returns files have been updated, or there was an error updating the files. There are multiple if statements at work. If the ready state is, let's say, 1, for example, I don't know which values, then there we have 401, error 404. If the status is 404, for example, then you return an error, different errors, different HTTPS requests, server errors and whatnot. You've seen, okay, yeah, so HTML can be updated, makes sense. Finally, the send method sends the request with the body value. ये भेजेगा. The body consists of a username and a suffix key, which is server response.username, which is stored now. सही है ना? So okay. Anyway, update the code so it makes a post request. अरे बाप रे, अच्छा ये पूरा post request लिखा ही नहीं है. Youch. Update the code so it makes a post request to the API endpoint. Then type your name in the input field and click send message. Your Ajax function reply from server will be here with data from the server. Format the response to display your name appended with the text Herschel loves cats. Okay, very good. Let's go into this. We begin. Constant xhr because xhtml request. New object called XML HTTP request. So that's the new object. Now the xhr dot open, the method is post URL. What URL are we supposed to send it to? To the API endpoint. Our URL is already defined. Sahi hai, thank you. Okay. You are the API endpoint, aren't you? Yeah, it takes posts, JSON placeholder. Sahi hai. Right. The URL and of course true because it's asynchronous. xhr dot on ready state change. Yeah, because we're changing the states. Interesting. I'm going to copy this much. Maybe I made an error. Now we write an anonymous function here. I'm going to write anonymous function which doesn't take any values with the ES6 method. Inside this we write if let's use the ternary operators, shall we? If we are going all the way, ternary operators are, we need that anyway. Question mark, if it is अच्छा इन्हें टर्नरी ऑपरेटर में तकलीफ होती रहती है. हाँ ठीक है. But you're not charged or what? Yeah. It didn't charge that for some time. Interesting. Must be because of this. Init. Okay. Anyway, we go back to you. Right, now in this we store a constant called server response. क्यों ये खुद को चार्ज कर रहा है, नहीं कर रहा है? I mean, I am moving this thing. Maybe I can sit properly. Okay, server response equals JSON dot parse xhr dot response semicolon. Yeah. Next line, document dot get elements by class name message 0th element dot text content equals. Now that's a long line of code from here. I mean, it's not that long, so yeah, we're okay. No. Of course, we've written all of that. Const body equals JSON dot stringify. You store that in an object. Username is user name and suffix is of course loves cats. Yay, hey. That's it, I think. No, we also have to send that request. So xhr dot send what? The body. That would be too funny if we didn't send the right. Now if I write Harshal, it will say not in. Okay, right. Function unexpected token, Harshal, not a number. Ouch. Right. Now what? Not a number. Ouch. इसको उठा के रख दो फिर तो फिर nope. I'm going to check constant xhr new xml http request. Okay, xhr dot open post url true xhr on. अच्छा, रिक्वेस्ट हैंडलर तो लिखा ही नहीं भाई. Request handler, then on ready state change, which would call an anonymous function, and inside this anonymous function we will have if. Can I format document please? Okay, now it's been formatted. Okay. Anyway, right. So set request handler header, then on ready state change, and then function that has an if statement. Then we have if true statement. Server response equals json.parse xhr.response. Document.get elements by class name. Get elements by class name. Message 0th item dot text content equals server response dot username plus server response dot suffix. Done. Now constant body equals json dot stringify stringify stringify. Then it stores that in an object loves cats. Have we defined loves cats before? Apparently not. Okay. Somewhere in here we must have written that much, no? Server response dot username, server response dot suffix. Yeah, it would print that to the document when this is done. Okay. So that means now it should be able to work. Harshal loves cats. Amazing. Done. Ouch. कितना? बाप रे, 15 मिनट है. ठीक है, 15 मिनट कर लेते हैं 2 बजे तक. 2 बजने में. याओ. I'm not going to read the stories today, but apparently, would you look at that? Each item is a bar. It has. Oh, bichara, that was not written correctly apparently. BEA. So we're supposed to build this from scratch, probably on CodePen. Yup. I don't think we're going to use much of that JSON code. Mostly it will be HTML, maybe JS, maybe not, but yeah. You know what, let's define all this. Visualize data with a bar chart. Cool. Yeah. Readme file. I don't think we're going to use much JS. I mean Babel in here. Probably. JavaScript D3 bar chart. Yep. data visualization. Close this please. Right, yeah, whatever we're going to do most probably in this then. HTML, okay, right. You can use HTML, JavaScript, DSS, D3 SVG based visualization library. The tests require access to be generated using the D3 access property, which automatically generates ticks along the axis. What do you mean, ticks along the axis? I think they mean these ticks. They follow the cursor, don't they? They don't follow the cursor. They actually follow the bar. They're on the same line as the bar apparently. Sahi. As long as I hover over the bar, this text will make itself appear. And it takes a few seconds and then it disappears after a few seconds. Very cool. Which automatically generates ticks along the axis. These ticks are required for passing D3 tests because their positions are used to determine alignment of graphed elements. You will find information about generating axes at this. Someone must have pioneered this. Sequential, okay. D3 API reference, very cool. Required DOM elements are queried on the moment of each test. It should be in here. I have to read there. Okay. One pass, interesting. I have not even used one technology stack. Right. My chart should have a title with the corresponding. Anyway, we need to look at the functionality. Z function. I don't think we need any functionality. My chart should have a title. My chart should have a G element. Should have a G element. Both axes should contain multiple tick labels, each with a corresponding. Yep. And at the end, here's a data set you will need to complete this project. The git. Yep. JSON. Woo! Okay, I'll keep that in mind. We'll have to go through all of this tomorrow. Yeah, save all of this please. I haven't written anything yet, so what is there to save really? Format code on save and follow the template. Thank you. Are we supposed to import anything? I don't think so. Yes. Stuff for head, add classes to HTML. We don't have that, right? CSS, JS. Yeah, we're not going to use much CSS. Wait, is this all inside the body element, by the way? Head. Okay. Right. Whatever you write in the HTML editor goes in the body tags. If you need things in the head of the document, put that code here. I understand, but if I want to edit the script, bro, script को edit करना हो तो क्या करूँ, कहाँ पे करूँ? If I write script here, you're gonna throw me out. I know for a fact. Or maybe I don't. SCRIPT. Regardless, let's see. Apparently not. Okay. Anyway, I was wrong. No problem. If I write hello here, what will you do? Nothing. Very good. That's okay. Right. Once you're done, submit the URL and yay, we are good to go. Woohoo! You can use this serial link to run the test in any environment you like. So we don't need to limit it to that. Yeah. But now we have created our own pen and we have this noise. Very cool. Now I'm going to end this live video right here, man. It's already 1:52. खत्म कर दें आज के लिए इतना ही. आज के लिए इतना ही, and I'll see you guys back again tomorrow in the next live video. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everything that you. Thank you for showering with love. Thank you Somiji. Thank you Uday. Thank you Sarthak for everything. Thank you.